Greetings. Hello, music? Bruh. Yeah, I got you. Hold on. Hold on, I got you. Where is it? There you go. Sup, guys? How we doing today? It's Friday, man. Crazy. Crazy. Louder. It is kind of oddly quiet. There we go. Mr. Schneebly. Did you have a headache because no one hydrated you? No, Peel hydrated. It was a migraine, though. It's inevitable. Good. Yeah, yeah, Mr. Schneebly is the name of Jack Black's character in School of Rock. I just think of it all the time for no reason. If you guys don't try the riff when it happens in this song here in a bit, I'm removing the sound. You wouldn't come to work hungover unless you were an alcoholic, dude. You got a disease. Great movie. I really like it. I haven't watched it in a bit. I gotta like lower the music for myself. I can't hear myself think. Wait, that was actually pretty good for a moment.
Huh?
If you had one more person, you might have actually gotten it there. No, I think two of you did the same one. Good try. Good try. Alright, what do we got here? We got Joe the Lion with first today. Hell yeah, dude. What's up, Snowblade? What's up, Juvie? What's up, Chubert? What's good, guys? I think Snow is the most alcoholic here, or is he just the one that shares his alcohol consumption the most? I don't know. I haven't had any alcohol since Saturday last week. Well, there you go, you see? Saturday. Wait, isn't... That's the same day I had beer. I had some beer. Crazy. Confirmed, not an alcoholic. Dude, congrats. Confirmed by the Juvie Association. I haven't had alcohol in like a while. What? 2013, 2014. I had a beer. I had a beer on Saturday for sure. Had me a beer on Saturday. It was real good. Just some authentic Polish Tyskie. 6 months. Damn. I can't really have any while I'm on these meds. Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty fair. Whoa, Super Battle Golf got an update with bug fixes, optimization, and a content update. Changes and improvements added badges to highlight new unplayed holes and game modes to match setup menu. I guess that's it. I mean, it's just optimizations and fixes. Wait, they're adding a witch hat. What's next? They're adding a wizard witch hat. My play with Fish's group and it wins. Looks good. This, I don't know when it's coming out though, the content update. It's coming up though. Content update number 3. Cool. Butt fixes. You're a butt fix. You are. I hope it wins again, I'm gonna be honest. But, actually I didn't announce it yet. But there's a new rule for Community Wednesdays that I have set. No game will be played 3 weeks in a row from now on. Therefore, if Super Battle Golf wins next week, it will be put on pause. It'll be put on a break. You can't vote for it for at least a week afterwards. So 2 weeks in a row is fine. Third week, you cannot vote for that specific game. So if Repo wins 2 weeks in a row, can't play it a third week in a row. That is my new dead set rule. I think it'll help with not burning out, first and foremost. And secondly, I think it'll just make it funner to go back to the game after a week, you know? The only exception I've considered is if a game announces a new patch and that new patch will release like the week after, then I might reconsider it. But yeah. Low odds. I might still be like, no, we're just gonna take the week off and play the update when the week thing is over. If you'll vote for it. Did you see that a low budget repair game got a release date? Oh yeah, I saw, yeah. Funner, he's confirmed Polish. What do you mean? What's wrong with Funner? More fun. Funner's a word. More funner. It's not. Well, then that's on Americans, because they say that. Oh, snap. I'm asking AI. Funner is a word. This Juvie guy, he just be making stuff up. I checked the Merriam-Webster. I'm checking thesaurus. Funner is a comparative of the adjective fun, meaning the word is used to describe the different level of fun between two things. This is on thesaurus.com. On the Webster Dictionary, funner. It exists. Yes, funner is a word in spite of the fact that many people either wish it were not or believe that it isn't. The comparative form of the adjective fun, meaning more fun, has demonstrated widespread use over many decades in a wide variety of published writing. Can you send that my English teacher from 10th grade? Absolutely. I will send that. How dare she lie to you like that? And you know, the only reason that I had to argue this is because in my first attempt of university, I had to write an essay and I used the word funner and it was not corrected. And I remember that. So I was like, wait a second. So either my professor's wrong or something's wrong here. What's up, Molly? Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue Eastward. Yes. We'll be continuing the video game Eastward. Well, the DLC. I don't know how long it is, to be honest. But we're done with Voices of the Void for the time being. So next week we will be adding probably Final Fantasy II to the mix. I really want to play Played Up, but the Phasmo update is out, so we're probably going to play it on Thursday. My 5th grade teacher also said we wouldn't have a calculator in our pockets at all the time, but we do. Dude, I think of some of the stuff that like the teachers told me, especially in like high school, where it's like you're not gonna have a computer on you at all times. So how are you gonna find this for free? Oh, you're never gonna be using. You're not gonna have a dictionary on your in your hands at all times. So how are you gonna know the right words? Oh, you're not gonna have a calculator. Well, guess what? Guess what? I have all of it in one singular device, and I carry it with me at all times. You know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. Oh, you're gonna need to know calculus to really live in the world, or else also like chemistry. My chemistry teacher. Oh, you're gonna need to know chemistry, or you're gonna be working in Burger King. I like doing mental math. I am really bad at math. I don't know what they tell kids nowadays. AI will not be. You can't use AI at all times. You won't be able to use AI wherever you go. Actually, they can't even use that because they know people could do that. They're probably just like, guys, AI is not 100% accurate. Why can't you use a calculator in a test? I think their new reason is just... I've heard the excuse that teachers had. It was something like it would benefit you to know for God, I remember hearing about this. One of my it was niece, nephew, or whatever. They were told by the professor. It was something that it was pretty simple. It was literally like it would just benefit you to know it. I could do general math. I mean, I could do general math. Yeah, I know my times tables. In my graduating year, we could use calculators, but we had to show our work. We were not allowed to use calculators. We are currently not allowed to use calculators in uni. I'm in higher math, yeah. In my calculus course, we were not allowed to use calculators. We were not allowed. But we were allowed to use notes, like Revan said. So, like, formulas we were allowed to have written down and ready for, like, tests and quizzes, but we're not allowed to use calculators. I could use sergeant math. Dude, what does that even mean? Colonel math. 5th to 7th grade? I don't know. I feel like the excuse now is they need to verify that you understand what you're doing instead of just a calculator doing it for you. So their excuse is show your work, and if you show understanding, then you can use a calculator after. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's to show you understand the math instead of just relying on calculators. Yeah, exactly. Yesterday was a weird stream, man. I didn't play any games. We just did, well, Would You Rather, and we did the stuff beforehand. Guess the stuff. We never did guess the crib. Yeah. Gotta put in the effort. I can do like long division on a piece of paper. I could do I mean, obviously addition, subtraction. I mean, I went into university expecting to do horribly on math, and I've been doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty decent. What's up, Wolfie? Yeah, doing all right, chilling. Vibing. We're gonna start up on Eastward here soon. Gonna do some warding of the East. Big chill day. I think because I slept for 10 hours, I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't fall asleep very early last night. I guess it was just like, normally you have to make up for sleep hours that you miss. So I slept for 10 hours, but then the following day, I can't fall asleep at the same time because I had extra sleep. So I went to bed later. So today, I'm running a little bit lower on sleep. Classic. And I'm out of coffee. So I'm ready to kill. My sleep schedule is already pretty bad. I need to like fully fix it. At least if I can wake up like 8 in the morning would be great. I can't do naps because naps destroy me. So I think I just need to do a day where I'm up for 24 hours again. It's like the only way that I can reset my sleep. That is what I've discovered. $7 a.m. to 2 p.m., but I work night and watch streams. How do you like night work? You're the second person that I know that does it. I feel like I would enjoy it. I feel like I'm more productive at night. But maybe it's because everyone's asleep. So maybe if I go to work while it's nighttime, it wouldn't be the same because people would be working still. So, does that make sense? I feel like night shift is ideal because everyone is asleep. But it would have to be from home, I guess. It would have to be remote. Total real spellbook, nice. Not the coffee, no. Kind of messed up my schedule, so I gotta get it streamed back up. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is the remainder of my coffee. It's like half a cup, so it's not optimal. It's not. There are methods to fixing my sleep. Number one, just give up caffeine for like a week, and I'll crash and burn for that week. And because of that, I'll go to sleep early. Stock shelves, so I'm always on the move. No one to get in my way. That's good. I feel that's not too bad. I mean, it's probably very physically intensive, but my usual shift is somewhere around 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. I only messed up by being 2 hours later than usual, but I started to fix it again. I'm pretty good at holding a sleep schedule. The only reason it even got messed up, I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure we were doing something. I think it was Destiny stuff before the game was like cooked. No, that doesn't sound right. Maybe it was Final Fantasy, like 14. I think we were doing Final Fantasy 14, and I went to bed late one night. My sleep was still okay because I woke up at the same time. I'll tell you what my real struggle is. The wake up and the fall asleep part. I stay asleep for the most part. I'm quite a late sleeper, but typically I stay asleep. The worst part for me is falling asleep because I can't do it. I don't know. I need to do like a ritual beforehand, I guess. And waking up, dude. The only that like convinces me to wake up is the fact that I stream. So maybe I should just start streaming earlier to subside the I can wake up an hour before stream. And I mean I wake up 2.5 hours before stream, but I can wake up an hour before stream is pretty bad. Don't want to do that. So I need to, if I stream earlier at 9 a.m., damn, look at that. But there's problems with that. I feel like it's conflicting with a lot of people that go live at that hour. And I'm not trying to be that guy. That's the first problem. Second problem I feel like I'd be really tired if I did that. What's up, Ghost? Whoa, is this the place of caffeine addiction, consumption of aliens, and unrelenting suffering? Correct! Welcome to the place of caffeine addiction, consumption of aliens, and unrelenting suffering. Falling asleep, I either have to be exhausted or do specific things to get me down. Actually, I tried working out before sleep, but it can't be anything. Here's the problem. It can't be an exercise intense enough to raise my heart rate enough to get the adrenaline running. So what is that? That's not exercise. Now, I guess weightlifting is the easiest equivalent to what I'm trying to say is like, I'll get tired. But not necessarily to the point where my heart rate is raised where it's not manageable. If I get on an exercise bike, if I do any sort of running, any cardio, anything to get the heart running, you know, more, I will not fall asleep. It's not possible. My alarms are tornado sirens. Actually, I have like 8 alarms that go off, but they just don't work because I'm just like, oh, you know, I don't really have anything to do right now. I'm just going to sleep in for another half hour. Not good. Bad. Doesn't work for me. It makes my muscles sore. Weightlifting works for me. You gotta be careful exercising before sleep, apparently, because it gets your blood pumping and wakes your body up more. Yeah, exactly. I literally have bomb sirens, tornado sirens set as my alarm sound. You know, I just gotta get the Voices of the Void drone sound whenever it arrives at 6 in the morning. I feel like I would get PTSD playing Voices of the Void, though.
Dick.
I have an alarm set for every 5 minutes. I mine aren't every 5 minutes, but I do have 8 alarms set. Not to freak you out, but a spaceship has fallen in the distance behind you. What? Where? Where? Mr. Dr. Nose just teased a UFO crash event that might be reaching the realm of Voices of the Void. It looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. Can't wait for that to come out, probably in 0.10. It looks like it's pretty far along. I need to change my alarm every few months. Right now it's just my foobar. No, I have the same obnoxious sound from my iPhone. In all honesty, I know what the real play is. And this worked for me for a long time, but there's a catch, and the catch is laziness. If I left my phone on my desk or some sort of device that has me it requires me to stand up and turn off the alarm, that would work. But unfortunately, I take my phone to bed. So, I need a different device to do that. That's a huge play, because if you're forced to stand up, you're already further ahead. If you have your phone next to you in bed or whatever on a shelf next to it, whatever, odds are you're going to turn off the alarm and you're just going to stay in bed. Alarm goes off, it's across the room, you got to stand up. Huge. Boom. I thought Voice of the Void was on Steam, turns out it's on itch. Yeah. Gotta try and free up more storage. I used to have more. I have a terabyte of storage and not many big games. I think it's just because I have different versions of the same game downloaded. Possible. My Voices of the Void folder takes up about 100 gigs because I have every single save on there. So it's pretty bad. I really need to get myself like a terabyte SSD. I have a lot of storage, but the problem with my storage is they only go up to, I mean, this is sad to say, but half a terabyte is not enough these days. For the games that we play, Phasmophobia is 41 gigs. You know what I mean? Like, where's Monster Hunter Wilds? Monster Hunter Wilds is 118 gigabytes plus 30 gigs for the DLC. GTA 5 Enhanced is 96 gigabytes. I had to start uninstalling games. And my C drive just has my main games at all times. Or it used to. I had to move stuff. But Final Fantasy 14, you know, VTube Studios on there. I guess I have Wallpaper Engine. I forgot I had that installed. Phasmophobia is on my C drive. I don't know why. It doesn't need to be on the C drive. Can I move this? I'm going to put it here. Moving content for the following app has failed. Folder already exists. What are you talking about? Wait, we haven't played Phasmo since May? I thought we played it in, like, June. I don't even see a Phasmo folder here. Never mind, I see it. It's screenshots. You won't move the folder because there's screenshots in this one? I need to clear up my C drive a bit. It's just crazy, man. Like, the amount of storage that these games take up. And so I'm trying to keep my phone further away from me when I sleep. How much is it on its own without all those saves? Yeah, terabytes are barely much. I think any games requiring 80 to 100 gigabytes should be better optimized file-wise and shouldn't take up that many gigabytes. 40 isn't that much overall. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is with newer games. Everyone's just like, oh, but the games are just larger. Well, yeah, but you're going to tell me that a game is that much larger than its previous counterpart? I mean, look, GTA 5 Enhanced, they managed to optimize it to 96 gigabytes. Legacy GTA is 120 gigs. So it's doable. They just don't want to do it. And then we're required to buy more storage or uninstall games. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy 2, 400 megabytes. Final Fantasy 3, 500 megabytes. Final Fantasy 4, 1 gig. Final Fantasy 5, 500 megabytes. 6, 773 megabytes. Boom, look at that. Monster Hunter Wilds, 118 gigabytes. Final Fantasy 16, 226 gigabytes. Destiny 2, 151 gigabytes. Not counting DLC. No Man's Sky, literally an endless video game. There is no way you will escape the entire universe. 27 gigabytes. What? Marathon, 26 gigabytes. No Man's Sky has, what is it? 4 or 5 galaxies that you can access. So 4 or 5 accessible galaxies. And like 3 of them that exist, but you can't access them unless someone else has already done so. I'm not too bad with sleeping with my phone in bed. If I'm doom scrolling when I'm meant to be asleep, I probably wasn't going to sleep anyway, I found. Yeah. I mean, that's true. If I'm tired, odds are I will not even bring my phone with me. I'm just going to fall asleep. If I'm not tired, Yeah, I'm gonna scroll on my phone or whatever. Helldivers from 120, I forgot how much less. Yeah, Helldivers went from 120 gigabytes to 21. They basically almost cut it out 100 gigs. Publishers want these games pushed out as soon as possible. They don't let the devs better optimize their files anymore. Yeah. How much is Cyberpunk? Oh, 85 gigs. I mean, that's still a lot, but considering the size of Cyberpunk and all that, I feel like that's kind of fair. It's still a lot, but like if Monster Hunter Wilds was 85, 90 gigs, I get it. Where do they get up to 118? I don't get it. I don't understand. Oh, sorry, my bad. The game is 89.79 gigabytes plus 28 from DLC. So I'm griefing myself. Don't forget that Minecraft has infinite worlds and it doesn't take that much storage either. Yeah, the world that we did, the Only Neckles world, we got the file for it recently. It's only, well, it's in a zip file. It's compressed a bit, but it was only 15 gigs, which, you know, there were a lot of builds. People explored all pretty far in the world. 15 gigs. This man got the Wilds DLC already. It isn't sharing kick his shins. No, unfortunately, it's not even that DLC. That is the, like, cosmetic DLCs. I didn't even... Oh, you can't even buy it yet. You can't even buy Ascendance yet. Metal Gear Solid 3 with Delta. Oh yeah, I forgot Delta ever came out. We were supposed to play that and we just never did. I mean, I also don't think that Phasmophobia should be taking up 41 gigabytes. That game should not be above 30 gigs. I just don't understand where that space is coming from. Master Collection is 18 gigabytes. Delta, 119 gigabytes, bruh. Like, why? The bigger the world, the more storage it takes, but it's still pretty optimized in Minecraft? Yeah. I mean, no, literally, because... Wait, what the hell is this? New level in repo. Oh, that was in June. Never mind. What's up, Rose? What's up, Logan? What's up, guys? I'm looking at, like, other games that take up storage. Well, everything does, but it takes up a lot of storage. Yeah, Cyberpunk takes up a bit as well. It was like 90 something. Well, almost. It was like 89. Hello? My thing broke and I can't see, like, the... I mean, Phantom Liberty alone takes up 23 gigabytes. Granted, that is a completely new area added into the game, so fair enough. Call of Duty, yeah, but... Well, not but. The Call of Duty thing is weird because... You have to get, like, the COD launcher, which is, like, what, 200 gigs? and then you have to actually install the game. I don't really understand what's happening there. Like, yeah, FF16. Is no wonder some people still prefer retro gaming and are even going back. I have a backlog games too. Stream is not over. I don't know. It's not even for storage and stuff. I've just been in the mood to play some retro games lately. Or, I don't know, Pixel. I want to get back into bullet hells. The game and each game mode can be installed separately. I mean, I guess it's convenient, but, like, still. My friend has, like, 3 terabytes of Call of Duty installed. Yeah, that's why I took a little bit of a break with FF. Just because, as good as FF1 was, if I started doing back-to-back Final Fantasy games, I would start burning out pretty fast. Shapes and Beat? Is that, what is that? I want to play Toho again. I haven't played Toho since I was, like, 18. Oh, this looks cool. I'm so washed up. I used to be really, really good at bullet hells. Even like Juvie and I will be playing Binding of Isaac. That's not exactly bullet hell, but close. I mean, yeah, it is. What am I talking about? It's pretty much bullet hell. We would play like the DLC, not the DLC, but the multiplayer mod. It's not fully bullet hell, but you're still like, you know, what is it? Enter the Gungeon. Played some Enter the Gungeon. That would be interesting, but aren't their songs copyrighted? Oh yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't be like an uploaded VOD thing. It would just be here you go. We're playing Toho today. I think you might be allowed to upload those to YouTube as VODs. They'd probably just like copyright claim it, but they wouldn't like strike you. You wouldn't be able to monetize it. And my VOD channel isn't monetized anyway, so. Yeah, I haven't played Bullet Hells in so long. I don't know about Toho. I hear they have some less than fresh produce. You're less than fresh. Might play a week of Stardew Valley as a refresher. I've been playing the Eastward DLC. That's my refresher, I guess. I'm sure I have a bunch of bullet hells. Store tags. Bullet hell. What do I got? Yeah, Deltarune. I guess Mega Bonk, sure. Ball Pit. Hollow Cure. What is Nautical Survival? I own this. Oh, it's the boat bullet hell. Magicraft. The Spell Brigade. Near Replicant and Automata are not bullet hells. I don't count those. Risk Rain 2, whatever. Rabbit and Steel's a bullet hell. Vampire Survivors. Returnal. Okay. Oh, Devil Daggers. My god, I haven't played that in so long. 20 minutes till dawn. This game was fun. This game was hella fun. Ubermosh. What the hell is Ubermosh? This has to be like Humble Bundle stuff. Oh yeah, I had to Exceed. First, second, third. Which is just it's basically just Toho. What's the plan for today? Today we're playing Eastward. Really want a Steam Deck to play stuff like Stardew and the classic Final Fantasy games. I feel like I wouldn't use it. It's kind of like the Nintendo Switch, but a little less comparable because obviously there are more options. There's way more to do on a oh, I have a Toho game. What the hell? Oh, I have the 3D Toho. This one's stupid. Binding of Isaac, Hyper Simon X, Ellipsis. Handle gaming is nice. My thing is, when would I use it? Myself, me personally, when would I use it? If I'm done with like computer stuff, I'm probably done gaming for the day. So I'm not gonna. I also don't want to play games and make it a habit to play them in bed or something. If I'm on vacation, I don't even use my phone. Maybe I'll take a picture or two, but I don't really play games if I'm on vacation. That's my time to disconnect. It's my disconnect time. Bit Trip games. That sounds familiar. Gotta play Near Replicant. A friend recommended that before Automata. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. You should play Replicant before Automata. Playing games in bed or on the go. Like, I totally get that. Especially if you're sitting in, like, an airplane for 8 hours. A Steam Deck would be splendid. I totally understand. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about that. I don't know. You know, I have a problem with airplanes anyway, so I need to knock myself out and sleep through the 8 hours. Otherwise, it will be misery, suffering, and disarray. My watch told me to stand up, so now I'm standing up. Now I'm now an adult, so I do the driving. Yeah, exactly. DS, 3DS, so it's nostalgic in a way. Game Boy Advance, even it's comforting. I totally understand, like where you guys are coming from. I just made it a habit because, I used to go on vacations with family, and I would just sit on my phone, or I'd be on like, I don't know, the DS. And I realized that I wasn't enjoying the vacation. I was just playing video games. So I was like, all right. I need to make a change here. There's some vacations I just don't remember anymore because all I did was play like Pokemon Platinum during the entire trip. Now, on the other hand, in an airplane, or like if I'm not doing the driving portion myself, if we're doing like a long road trip, yeah, totally, for sure. I get that. But I've made it a habit that if I'm done with games at home, if I'm done playing something, if I'm done streaming, I step away. I do not require handhelds. It's just a personal preference. I'm not like, oh, you guys suck. You guys don't even enjoy your trips because you're on your Switch or on your Steam Deck. No, I completely understand. If I had a Steam Deck, I might even consider taking it on road trips as well. Because I'm not going to be driving the whole time. It also depends where you're driving. Because if I'm driving through like the most scenic route through America, yeah, I'm probably not going to be on the Switch or whatever on the Steam Deck. Now, if I'm in an airplane, there's not much to look at except for clouds. So I'll take a picture and then, yeah, I could see that being an instance where I'll have the Steam Deck or something. Don't hurt yourself now. That's all good. I like kicked my chair, but like the bottom side of it. Depends on what's happening on the trip. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's all like situational, but I don't know. I got my phone. I'll just watch videos, and then on the plane they typically have like the TV things. Now if they don't, I do bring a tablet with me to watch movies. A couple of hours in a river canyon in the bush and just took it in. Sounds like vibes. I don't know. I'm changing. I spent the larger portion of my younger life, barring like, I don't know, I'd played some sports here and there and whatnot, but I mostly played video games. And then like, after I hit like 25, it's like some weird reality check where I was like, well, I should start enjoying my vacations more and like not playing games when I'm doing that. And breaks are good, considering I stream 5 days a week. And then when I'm done streaming, I'm still on the PC because I got to do my assignments. And then when I'm done with my assignments, I might play some video games still. It's bad. It's not good. So, not good. Gotta lock in and do some stuff. Take some pictures. The only thing is, one thing I don't like. I don't like recording anything at concerts because I feel like I'm ruining the experience for myself and others. Now, kind of just to prove a point and to have some sort of memoir, some sort of memory, I'll record like a song, maybe the intro sequence, maybe I'll take a picture or two, but typically for better memory, I'll just buy some merch, unless it's like extremely expensive. I barely played in Vegas, of course. I do like the sight of being above the clouds and even seeing the horizon curve, but I also hate planes because of all the airplane crashes 9/11 which made me never want to ride in an airplane or in airplanes. But I've flown in airplanes twice, 3 if you include the stop between the airplanes. I get one of those super crowded airplanes for the first time. I flew in one, but switched to a more comfortable switched to a more comfortable airplane with the TVs at the layoff. I've flown a lot. I've flown across America. I've flown to Poland, Germany. I've flown to a lot of places. The worst flights are the long ones. The 8-hour flights from New York to Poland are the worst. It's not comparable to any other flight I've had. It's actually terrible. Take a single selfie at the concert and then just experience it. Yeah. I made it a tendency to like record maybe one song because my friends are always like, you didn't even really go. You didn't really go. Just to prove a point. A little stubborn point proving here. 8 hours on a plane to Japan sucks. Wait, why 18 hours? Dude, I love this song. Just his intro. Australia. Wait. What? Sorry, I have to think. Brain not functioning clearly. Cheaper flights have layovers that extend it? That is so stupid. It's like a 13, 14-hour flight from here. Then again, I guess that sort of like a flight from Poland to Japan was like 24 hours, I think it said. I've been on terrible planes. I've been on great flights, but I also have motion sickness, specifically on planes. Not on boats, not in cars, not on anything else, not on roller coasters, just planes. I don't know if it's the turbulence or what. And then when I'm done with the flight, I have a day or maybe even 2, but typically a full day afterwards where I still feel like I'm on the plane. So my recovery time is 24 hours after a flight. Typically jet lag doesn't hit me that much because I don't sleep on the plane much unless I knock myself out, but It's frowned upon. It's not frowned upon. It's just my family doesn't like that I wake up and immediately feel like I'm gonna projectile vomit. But then my alternate option is to stay awake and just feel sick, potentially. I have to like triple up on my methods to not feel gross on a plane. Meaning I have to put like a square bandage over my belly button, and I have to take Dramamine, and I might have to... There was something else. Oh, and I have to put this like thing on my wrist. This like, it squeezes like a pressure point that prevents feeling motion sick. I don't know. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Alright, let's get into some Octopia here. Some Eastward Octopia. I can't sleep on planes, I just have to raw dog that shit. Yeah, but if it's a long flight like that, I could never. I would be throwing up, and my greatest fear of all time is throwing up. Did I fall asleep on that plane when I first flew in one, but I never did? Also, I never got motion sickness, surprisingly. I used to on planes. Oh, sorry, in cars. But only when I looked down, so on my phone. I got over that quick, I don't know why. I don't know what sort of magic bestowed upon me to cease that. What's up, Johan? Oh, goodbye. Banana. Tomorrow's gonna be sunny. Honey obtained. What? I was gonna say, this is totally gatherable. Wait, it's permanent cocoa. Yay! We're gonna make that the cocoa place. Banana. Spinach salad. Okay. Delicious, I guess. No, I certainly get motion sick. I certainly do. Unfortunately. Let's go do our daily, bomb thing. What the deek, man? Yo, sorry, man. Hey, man, sorry, man. It's not me. It wasn't me. It was the one-eyed man. They call me Cuban Pete.
Deek.
Want to stay awake for longer, but my body really wants me to lay down. I might be back, but if not, enjoy stream, dude. Hey, good night, man. I hope you get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. And if I don't see you, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And have a great weekend. Because I'll be gone for the weekend. Probably playing the hell out of FIFA or something. It's time! Nuke the rocks! Wahoo! Oh, damn. Oh, damn! Gotta nuke something. Yeah, Duke Nukem. Oh, I really thought I would hit it. My name is Cuban Pete. I like the rumba beat. Heh, watch this. Ha, watch this right here. Ha, watch this right here. Wait, I still have 8 bombs left? Oh, but I'm losing points every time that I don't use one. No, why you don't hit? Help! It's running out! It's like sudden death! No! Oh, I thought it was over. How did that miss? I disagree. Okay. What's up, Nord Princess? Gotta nuke something. Duke Nukem. Probably end up lurking while I game for once. I'm not working. Hell yeah. Enjoy your day off. Enjoy. Hey, look at that number over there. 6-7, man. Oh my god. That's crazy. Kind of pissed because the controller that I typically use doesn't work on the FIFA. I don't know why. I don't know. It's pissing me off, you know what I'm saying? Am I building anything right now in game? I think I might be. I don't remember. Let's take a gander. Greetings. Why are you guys in here? Give me. Little pigs, let me in. Why are you here? Hey, bro. What's on the balloons, pig head? Balloon pigs, what? It's a mushroom. They like to eat and sleep in dark places, so mushrooms grow on their head. Really? Not just mushrooms, but other fungi as well. This isn't Famo. That's your fault. Not mine.
Dick.
I've been ready for Famo. Schubert. Schubert. I don't think we're building anything. We're gonna have to finish that event. We're gonna have to start and finish that event in one session, which we typically do anyway, but... Oh, wait, that's right, we upgraded the shop. Oh, wait, no. Oh, we need Alva's lab. We've got to improve it. Wait, what? Where's the box? Wait, is it in the pit? No. Surely this is where the lab would be. Is it upstairs? ¿Dónde está la lab? Oh. It seems we're out of wood. I keep thinking about, like, Only Neko's University. And these ideas people had. But I don't even know when they would do it. I hope they announce it a little bit earlier so that maybe potentially at that point I could maybe potentially bother Peanut. I don't want to bother anybody. I wish I knew how to make models. It was such a good idea, though. It could even be good for just like when I play VR with Leaf, whenever that happens. I think I missed a session of her doing that, though. Playing Phasmo alone. I don't mind it, but it's just not anywhere near as fun. There are some achievements you can get for playing solo. Horror games don't really do much for me. I'm curious what they're doing with that whole idea, too. I wonder if they'll even do it. My only thing is, I hope it's not like Streamer University. I hope it's just low-key, like, scuffed RP. If it becomes, like, actual educational... Not really RP, but, like, you're there and you do all that, I think I would hate it. Somebody didn't get the badge that says you figured out what ghost almost instantly hunts in that asylum. Wait, what? RP live on stream? They would never. What? I thought they were saying it would be like low-key RP, like scuffed. I don't think Chris likes RP very much. I had to stop doing it in the chat. Boshi playing God or something? Oh my god. Oh my god. So these guys live in a tent, but I'm creating a lab for them. Living the simple life, I guess. We should get some stuff to plant. Oh, it's way too late. Oh, dang it. Let me buy some stuff at least. Spinach. It would cost me 110 salt per. Okay. You have struck my curiosity. I purchase. Questionable things that happen in RP. Yeah, but if it's ERP, then it's questionable. I understand. I get that. But just like scuffed RP and rolls. Some like silly... people get some like silly roll. Nice, we got it in time. And I don't gotta water nothing. Let's go! Time to cook. Time to cook a spinach salad, which is supposedly, apparently, much more filling than chilled black fungus or popcorn. Okay. If you say so. Banana. Delicious. It's time for a meal. Doesn't come in for ERP. It's so funny what it says, though. I guess Mr. Bush's Hunger Games was kind of an RP. Oh yeah, true. I mean, it was like more staged RP, but yeah. Not stage, because only Boshi knew what was happening. And I guess he had it, like, pre-planned. I assume what he did is he used the actual Hunger Games thing. Wrote a script for it with the results. And then... you know, then made it work with everybody that was there. I know he had to change some stuff. Carrots. Marhefki. Delicious. Hey, man. I'd like to try one of your rice balls. Give him a rice ball. Such beautiful rice. This is the flavor of the earth. Thank you for letting me taste such a flavor. Unfortunately, I don't have anything of value to give you. All I have is this. It's of no use to me now. Thank you for Fleur. Ah, frick. Bro, how your miss? How your miss, man? I said it, hey, hey. No. Unplanting with Elsie being dragged into the underworld. It was a lot of fun to watch, though. I like little silly things like that, but I understand not everyone's a fan of RP. Wait, how you had the babies? Hello? When this happened? What the hell? Okay. Imagine missing. He should water sitting down from now on. I agree. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Greetings. I'm here to do the shopping. Oh. Oh, he can use a pen. Splendid. My bro sure is amazing. Let's see. What's he doing? Wait, this is a different character. Account. You're doing accounting. How can you have such an advanced robot to be a glorified bookkeeper? Father taught me. How am I doing? Everything right, isn't it? Let's see. Looks good. Wait! Why are you letting a robot do this? His brother can't do math yet. That's not the problem. He's a robot. He's got a photographic memory. He doesn't need to write it all out. Is that true? Yes. I see. Looks like you've grown a lot. What about all the math? I can't stand you guys. Wait right here. Take this. Are you sure? Just be quiet and take it already. Beginning installation. What are you doing? I'm installing a financial software I wrote for accounting, data analysis, and decision making. A robot like him can do all this in an instant. Bro, he's giving him ChatGPT. No. Don't do it. Installation complete. No. 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 I guess I'll be going now. Come visit the company if there are any issues. Frick you, doofus guy. You just put AI in there. That guy sure had a wild head of hair. Why do I feel like Dad planned this? Cost, price differentials, profit, everything is clear. Ooh, the money is going to start rolling in now. I'll give you guys a discount since I'm in such a good mood. Discount? Hell yeah! Maybe this AI stuff's great. Oh snap. Cucumber. Let's upgrade the axe. Let's acquire tomato. So, what does the upgraded axe do? Nothing. Amazing. We're on a roll. Our business will now finally be able to ascend greater heights, and Octopia is going to be jam-packed with visitors. But it's not like we have discounts all day, every day. I'm gonna invite William to dinner. I had a dream last night. I was standing on a huge dam. The water in the reservoir was as blue as sapphire. Last night, I had this dream about you. In this dream... Hey, you're building or no? I can teach you anything about accounting, one Reddit user said. Now! Wait, one Reddit user said what? These freaking emotes. Now, okay, yeah. Hey, what's new? Oh, it's just active? We have to build John's secret. Hold on, be right back really quick. Greetings! I am back. All right, let's go do our daily bomb game. Time going by too fast in this goddamn game. Look at this. All right, let's plan our stuff. You lost 40 minutes a day? Oh wait, did it progress while I was away? Oops, that's actually pretty bad. I totally forgot I should pause. It's okay. We got this. What's up, not my own? Where bomb? Bomb rock. Hello, bomb rock. I can't believe that bloody miss. Ah, okay. You're right, mate. When she's around, I think it's a multiplier. That didn't seem like a... Wow, 538? What the hell? What multiplier? What? Last time it was 6-7. Literally. Pardon moi. I'm here for the snails. I'm here for the escargot. Escargot. Any new recipes? No. That's okay. 44 wood, we're gonna need more. We're gonna need a lot more. Well, let's see. Maybe this thing works better now that we upgraded it. Alright, less swings. That's good. That's mucho gudo. Yeah. Feel the burn. No. Okay. We haven't done fishing yet today, but kind of just too busy. Can I get more bees? I assume it's only 2. When do I get more toilet paper, man? Maybe I have to fish it up. They be eepin'. They be eepin' for real, for real. Got a little bit more time left. I don't really think there's much else. Her boots are glowing. Why she got glow-in-the-dark boots? It's like Skechers, except constantly on.
Baby, you know that I got you. I can never stop you. I would never stop you.
Yo, what's up, Amber? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. How is stream? How is it going? Hopefully it was good. Snails. Wait, potatoes sell for so much. What the hell? We're just playing some Eastward. We should probably buy out this entire stock since it's all on sale. Granted, I don't know what the sale is. It's still charging me the full price. Castlevania, Lords of Shadows today to change up the pace a bit. Yeah, honestly fair. You've been going ham on that Warframe video game. I can only do that with Final Fantasy XIV. Kind of on a break with it right now, but that's just because... I don't know why, actually. Just kind of happens. Kind of just be like that sometimes. Sounds like fun, though. I have not played a Castlevania game. Oh, gotta beat the timer here. Alright, there's no way I'm gonna be able to plant the rest. Tries it anyway. Okay, where in the world am I gonna put the carrots? Here. Come on! Speed run! Come on! No! Cancel. We've got like 10 minutes. But like 10, it's like seconds. No. Okay, we're done. Nice. Need a small break today? Yeah. I'm taking a somewhat extended break from Final Fantasy XIV right now, but there are certainly times where I just be wanting to come back, and so it's kind of with games all the time though. Right now I'm like a little burnt out on video games. Just play 14 hours of Red Dead, dude. I would if I could. And by what if I could, I mean, if I played it for the first time again, yeah, for sure. Easy. Run a raid because I need some food and need to chill out on 7 days. Yep, fair enough. Thank you for the raid. Have a good rest of your day. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're just playing some Eastward here. We're playing Eastward DLC. So it's an alternate reality or something? A different universe? Enjoy your food. So I'm playing for the first time ever. Yeah, there you go. So how are you liking it? How would you review Red Dead Redemption 2 so far? Would you say it is your favorite game ever? I'm tired of riding the horse. Really? I have bad news for you, man. Some bad news. If you are tired of riding the horse. I travel so damn far all the time. Oh, Trug. I can't relate. I would literally... I play video games without fast travel all the time, including Skyrim, so... I just... Trains. I feel like I don't need a surplus, but I have no idea. Reaper, thank you for the 5 stream streak, man. Thank you, thank you. Onion. And grapes. Wow, we can make wine. Lemon. Not enough salt. Okay, guess I'm broke. Random events, but man, there's so many moments where I'm just on my horse going in a direction for 20 minutes. It's, like, I understand, but... I think I have the same vibes as Elite. Where it's just... You just immerse yourself, you know? Just full immersion. Lord of the Rings. This guy would never last in Lord of the Rings. This guy hates travel. I just realized I can press and hold. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm out here enjoying the story. What? You're not gonna stop and fish? Do some hunting? Explore a little bit. You're just doing the story? Afternoon tea. That is unironically true for me. If I'm like not doing caffeine, I will have breakfast tea, afternoon tea, evening tea, night tea. Good time to mention that it's probably decaf. Not even probably, it is decaf. Where in the world? Beat the targets. Ready? No, it's break the targets. Ready? Go! I'd hope so, or else it'd be a calamity. I see what you did there. I see what you did there right there. It'll just be me, Google Andy, going to places to get all the skins for the camp. You're gonna Google it? Damn it, Trog. You're not a real gamer, are you? Hey, what the hell? I'm trying to have a good honor run, but they keep giving me fun opportunities to do silly things, so my honor is pretty low. Dude. I actually think it is extremely hard to keep your honor at, like, low. Forever. I say this as someone who tried to do, a bad dude playthrough as my first playthrough, and it just didn't happen. Salmon! Delicious. Bite it. Bite and die. Bite and die. Bite and die. Bite and die. Hey, so when people speak to you in, like, if someone's Puerto Rican, they have different Spanish, right? Like, the dialect is different in the words. How different even is it? You can still understand each other's sentences, right? It's not the same language. So someone from Puerto Rico speaking to you in Spanish. Really? It's that different? It's not Spanish? What? What do you mean by that? A dude spawned and my horse instantly hit him, so then of course he did a whole cutscene dying, so of course I had to loot him afterwards. Okay, that's fair. You know, if they hit my horse, I'm going to kill them, but that's besides the point. It's like you get some things from him, but not quite understandable. Boomhauer talking King of the Hill. I see. Boom guy. They speak Portuguese, not Spanish? In Puerto Rico? Huh. Didn't know that. What? Now I can't have a double dinner? Wait, where are my peoples? I invited the dude to dinner. He's not even here. This is so stupid. He's capping, don't listen to that guy? Well, that's what I thought. I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I thought Puerto Rico speaks Spanish. No, they don't speak Portuguese. That's Brazil. Me and my Brazilian friends blatantly lie about where they're from. Who the hell's this? What's up, Fusion? Stop right there, you two. I'm Gusto Hunter, Little Bun. Gusto Hunter? You must be Chef John and Sidekick Sam. I'm not a sidekick. Is that bread you've got there? You mean this? It's Octopia pineapple bread. Ooh, it's the perfect shape. Can I take a bite? Here. I was thinking for a second, oh wait, Iron Mouse speaks Spanish. You have to use a VTuber to remember that Puerto Rico... Where's Smexy Lexi? I need someone qualified. I can't do this. I won't be defeated like this. Art, are you okay? I don't need your pity. Fine, I'll admit defeat this time. This isn't a competition. We have more at our house if you want another. No, one bite, and I already know. Chef John, I have no right to judge food before you. I made up my mind. I must train more. You're going already? You can try out more of John's food. Food. No, I mustn't. I must stick to my training. Until next time. One bite. Everybody knows the rules. Oh, it's gonna be foggy tomorrow. Oh boy! Insufficient material. Frick. Frick. How do you not know any Puerto Ricans? Come on, Trog. God damn, that's a lot of tomatoes. Give me. Give me. Give me. There aren't really that many accents. The issue is people speak faster in different parts. Oh. Yeah, I mean... My one friend... Whenever he's like... I don't know, calling family or something, I don't... I can understand some Spanish just because of school, and also... I had studied it a little bit. On my own time. A long time ago. But like, bro... Y'all be I mean, they do in Polish too. It's just every language does it in some sort of way, but... Oh boy, what's new? Pickling jar. And why the pickle? You want tomatoes? Buy more tomatoes. Buy more potatoes. Thank you kindly. Are wildly different speeds. So which one is like mucho faster? It's done! The laboratory! Whoa. Whoa, dude, this is crazy. I had a coworker that was Puerto Rican. He'd be on the phone talking to family, and it's just like, I have no idea what the hell he's saying. But there's a word in Spanish. Wait. wait. I'm learning my lesson this time. Hold on. Okay, there's a word. Poquito, which just means a little bit. Okay? Well, one day I mispronounced it by adding an R. In Puerto Rican, porquito means fat pig. So I just started calling him that. It's great. I meant to say poquito, and I called him fat pig. And he's like, why'd you say that? I'm like, oh, I don't know. Did I say it wrong? He's like, you mispronounced it. You added an R. I'm like, oh. And ever since that day, I just started calling him that. Smexy Lexi, what's up? I traveled down this path before. I was just asking Trogdor the difference between Puerto Rican Spanish and like other ones. And this guy told me they don't speak Spanish there. Can you believe that guy? This guy told me that they speak Portuguese in Puerto Rico. Say that again. I was asking Trogdor what the difference is between like the Spanish he speaks and the Spanish that Puerto Ricans speak. And this guy told me that they don't speak Spanish in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Hey man, I'm on 4 hours of sleep. Fair enough. Understandable. I mean, in all honesty, if you asked me like the difference between Slavic languages, it would be hard for me to even tell you. The thing is, like, if someone is speaking Polish, there are many languages, like, where they'll understand. For example, Slovakians, they'll understand what you're saying in Polish. But if they speak Slovakian... Hello, pick it up, man. What the hell? I don't know anything they're saying. Not a word. I don't understand, man. But they understand me clearly. Now, on the other hand, on the other side... Hello? Pick it up. I can understand some Russian, but very little. And Russians don't understand any Polish. I must go to the store now. Hey, be sure it's not a Puerto Rican store, dude. They might be offended when you tell them they don't speak Spanish. What's up, baby beans? What about Colombia? I presume they speak Spanish, but they also probably have a different dialect. Or is there Colombian? Then I just don't know. I'm assuming it's just a different dialect. Anywhere. Okay, let's try it again. Everywhere South America is Spanish except Brazil. Brazil! So which Spanish is the best? How to start a war. The only reason I'm asking all this is because I remembered an old friend of mine who was or is Peruvian. They're from Peru. And they were talking about, like, how the Spanish in Spain is different drastically from the Spanish in, like, Mexico or something. And I was like, okay, what's the difference? And they were not able to explain. So, when my brain thinks of stuff like that, I just assume it's like, just a dialect diff, like, maybe accent diff, I don't know. Like, I don't know, Londoners sound different from people from Manchester, sound different from people in, yeah. Are these watered? Yeah. Spain Spanish is ranked competitive Spanish? What? See, in Poland, there are 3... There might be more, but 3 that we typically talk about in terms of, like, at least pronunciation. We got the mountain people Polish. We got... we got, like, the farmer people Polish, and then you just have the city people Polish. And the mountain people Polish is extremely hard to understand. If you screw up Spanish in Mexico, they forgive you and teach you the correct way. Oh. My mom was telling me because they went on vacation to Mexico like 3 years ago or something. And the maid was, because they were in a hotel, and there was, you know, the maid, and she didn't know how to ask for toilet paper. And my brain was like, I don't even know how to say toilet paper. Papel de baño. I was like, that's so not right. But I feel like it would make more sense. Like, they would at least understand, right? What I'm trying to say in that situation. Pickling jar. Oh no, bro. My parents didn't even know how to say paper. Pretty bottle. Wait. What is that? It's gorgeous. Go ask Alva, John. I'm sure she knows.
Dick.
If you say so. It looked like it had the Starry Night.
Dick.
The Art of Starry Night. Wait, I have to scroll up. What you were saying?
Dick.
Different set of pronouns and such, like vos instead of tu, etc. Oh. You screw up Spanish in Spain? You are socially inept. Great. Yo si puede hablar español. No habla español. ¿Por qué? It is different. Kind of like how British English sounds more proper than American English, and I think the same for Spain Spanish and Mexico Spanish, or rather, one is more formal than the other. I guess that makes sense. Pero soy más mejor en hablando inglés. Yeah. El pene es pequeño. Yeah. I gotta be really careful with my words after the slip up I had.
Dick.
It's gonna be foggy tomorrow again! Estoy aprendiendo. Amarillo, azul, rojo. Yeah. Yep. Me casa is me casa. And, tu casa, no. Is it two? Yeah, because yo soy is I am, right? Tu casa es mi casa. Su. Su, tú eres... Mi casa, su casa. No, 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 no. Not mi casa. Tu is you. Su is yours. Su? I ain't never learned no su. I learned nosotros, nosotras. What was it? Ella, ello. I gotta boot up the Duolingo, clearly. I'm washed. This is gonna be an instance where it's like different dialects for some reason say it differently. Goodbye. Excellent. Mi casa es tu casa is what I thought I heard before. But su. Su! I don't know, man. The kids in high school just taught me the curse words. It was like a friendly exchange, because then I would teach them the Polish curse words. Hey, you can't... What is what? Ooh, what happens if I exchange soda? Oil? What the freaking hell? What the freaking hell? What the freaking hell? ¿Dónde está el baño? You know, it's funny because Polish has some very similar words to Spanish. You guys say biblioteca. We also say that for library. Treinta nueve. It's 39, right? Excelente. Oh, muy bien. Yes. Caliente. I'm just saying bullshit now. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I obtained a soybean. Sure. I should have studied more Spanish in class. It was easy for me. I think if you're bilingual, it's just so much easier to learn languages. I think it's actually like scientifically proven that if you're bilingual, you're already having an easier time learning the new languages, right? Which, I guess that makes sense. people. Spanish is pretty good at, like, to know in America. You're more likely to be hired solely off of knowing, like... If you're bilingual, that's huge already. But if you know Spanish, I feel like that's a way larger plus than knowing, like, Polish, I guess, right? Unless you work for a Polish company. I mean, I'm bilingual, but my Polish can be a little bit off at times. I can butcher some words pretty easily. It's just everyone in the house started speaking only in English. Well, my dad speaks Polish, so. But since everyone else works in an English-speaking place, it's easier for them to speak English at home so that they can learn it better and pronounce it better. Mucho no bueno. Do not lose your mother tongue. It is important. Yeah, use her to lose it. Pause sometimes mid-sentence. I do too, but for me, it's more like... I try to use words that sound smarter, which doesn't make sense. They don't, like, make sense in what I'm trying to say in Polish, I guess. But I also do that with English, so... I'll be trying to say words like big smart brain words, and then it's like, wait, that doesn't make sense there, does it? Pickling jar. You forgot the pickles. Job's done. And then I know people who are like quadlingual, and it's just like, how the hell are you doing this? I'm sorry, what is this purple? Onion! Sorcery of the tongue. Instead of taking Spanish in university, my first run of it, my stupid ass decided to try to take French, which I immediately stopped because the thing is, it would have been an okay course probably. What are these things? But we had to do so much, like, talking with other students. And I'm like, I get it, but I don't want to talk to no people. Spinach. Spinach. I don't know what you're saying. No, I don't speak French. I don't speak French. No. The goop sound effect. I don't know. What goop sound effect? Bonjour. Not able to talk to others is what made my French die. It's okay, you don't need to know French. Come on. onion, potato, spin. I'm sorry. Okay, wait. So we're getting a 50 profit. Okay, it's not bad. It's not that bad. I thought it's gonna suck balls and quacks. It's not that bad at all. I said hey, huh, de hey. Purchase. Salad. You say poison? Why'd you say poison? We're gonna post some cocoa beans. We're gonna get some cocoa beans going here. Go gadget cocoa beans. We're gonna put some soybeans. Gonna put some soybeans. I'm running out of energy. This is not freaking good. Insufficient stamina. Oh my goodness. What do I do? Come on, man. Take a swig of the... Combine potatoes with onions. And we'll get... Pani puri. Onions with tomatoes and flour. Get spaghetti. Combine oil with shrimp. Get tempura. Combine oil with flour. Get fried dough. Alrighty then. Steamed fish. Screw you, man. Screw you. You telling me a fish steamed as fish? I don't even got no steam. Oh, I do. Just any fish, and we gotta steam it. We're completely out of energy. What do? Greetings. Thank you for the hydrate. French and German. Any German that I learned is in conversation with Juvie. French? Nah. Polish? I mean... I love Poland, I love Poland. Japanese, I guess, in games. But it's always like it's just basic stuff, you know? Whoa, you should be banned for that. You can't say that about Poland. Big bada boom. Hello? What is the exit? Whoa! Big bada loot. Holy smokes! Go to the next floor. Come on, big explosion. Frick it. Frick it all. Chromia, Italian. I think that's all I got. I don't go out like I don't know. I don't know nothing. How do I energize? I'm at 0 energies. Use. That barely saved it. Oh no. Oh yeah, we should go show Alva the bottle. Hey. Hey. Excuse me. Wow, cool graffiti. Greetings. I am entering your laboratory. Sam! Look, we found something. Whoa, looks like you found yourself some treasure. Told you Alva would know. It's called an energy gem. It's the Earth's reward for all your hard work. A reward? Is it tasty? I don't think you can eat it. I'll take a look at it for you and figure out what you can do with it. It's a surprise. Awesome. I'll have the lab results for you tomorrow. All right, cool. Thank you. I hope it gives me infinite energy for the day. That'd be real great. I wouldn't even be complaining. Ni hao. I don't think it includes the U. I'm going to freak the bed. I can't cook. Oh, candied lotus, escargot. All right, let's do candied lotus. Blah 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 blah. See, I can't even speak English normally. Skip to dinner time? Yes. Glue. Delicious. Cocoa planted. Soybean planted. Metallic ore of the mine discovered. Stone in the mine discovered. Awesome. Awesome to the max. Okay, that's not a whole lot of energy. Not gonna lie. We gotta replenish it proper. I think we need more tomatoes. I should just order like a bunch. Wait, what? Is stream still going? My chatterino's like reconnected. Join channel. Still going? Okay. Odd. Strange. Bizarre, even. Ooh, Chile also has some, like, crazy gains. I just don't know how good it is. You get a lot of it, but does it sell for a lot? I mean, spinach kind of does. Let's do a whole line right here. Come on. Get some potatoes going. Excellent. Let's go to our daily game. Potatoes. Potatoes are very profitable as well. I'm not even min-maxing. I'm just kind of growing whatever I feel like. And then I spend all of the earnings anyway on like new crops. At some point though, we'll get to a earning amount where we can buy all the crops we need for the land. I think that effectively means we'll always be at a net positive. Right now we're just evening out. Start the bomb game. Going down. Totally nuclear. So explosive. Looking for. Kaboom. 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 Where is the exit? Searching for the exit. Can't find the exit. What the hell? Found it. Kaboom. Kaboom. Found the exit. Kaboom. Minuscule earnings. Kaboom. Next floor. 2 bombs remain. Alright, this was a sucky round, that's for sure. This was balls and cocks. Not even good. Not even good at all. Goodbye. Okay, let's sell the crop that we have gained, and then I wonder if it's more profitable to just cook stuff and then sell it. Then again, I'm using more stuff for that. I mean, let's see. A full thing of tomatoes, 36 of them, is $13.68. Add the chili. Alright, chili maybe isn't that crazy. Spinach, though. That's a 50 salt profit. Cocoa seems kind of silly. Maybe that one needs to be, like, cooked into something. Let's keep the eggs. Still don't know whether to do oil. I guess we just combine it with something. Any of the recipes we've seen. More potato for sure. Let us order. Normally it's 9. Do I do 18? Let's do 18 tomatoes. The tea doesn't sell for much either. Spinach. Let's do 9 spinach. Nine potato. There we go. We're still at, what was that? 3K left over. That's not bad. Let's build the advanced chicken coop. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Any crazy weekend plans coming up? Beer! Beer! Huh. I see what their weekend plans are. Is Silva sick? Bro's gone crazy ever since William gave him that drink. He even been borrowing my pay to buy beer. This way he's like without a drink. Beer. I need beer. Hey John, buddy pal. How about we brew up some beer? Oh god. Brew beer? Sounds fun. What do we need? Let me think. Just some wheat. If you got a barrel, that is. I'm sure William's got what you need. That basement of yours is perfect for brewing. Why you gotta be drub? He didn't finish saying. I didn't read what a barrel, huh? You got it. That's the spirit, Sam. Let me know if you got any questions. These goddamn alcoholics not gonna be brewing beer. You kidding me? You kidding me right now? You got beer? A wine barrel for $7.50. God damn it. It's a wine barrel, alright? Freak this. No place is working like pretty much every weekend. Todd streaming, gaming, work prevents me from doing basically anything else. Yeah, that'll do it. That's the worker's life, am I right? That's how it used to be for me with real estate. I understand. I ain't got no time for nothing else. We're here, Alva. Over here. What's that? Are you done? Yup. Take a look at your surprise. It's an experiment? Welcome, our star, to take center stage. Daniel! Hello, I've come to help. Let's begin. Okay, is he gonna jump on that and like start crushing it? Oh, no, he's just watering it. I use my newly invented Nutri-Soil on the potted tomato plant. Energy gems accelerate plant growth. However, you'll have to water it more. Is that enough? A smashing success. Wow, it's a tomato. It grew in the blink of an eye. Not a tomato, that's many tomato. About 4. Is that what an energy gem does? Uh-huh. Guess I'll get going then. Thanks. Don't forget to ask William if my order has arrived. Okay. Oh yeah, take this. Obtained energy gem. Great job. I just used a little bit. Use that machine to make fertilizer for the whole field. Awesome. Now we don't have to wait forever and ever for plants to grow. Careful. Gems don't last forever, you know. You have to work more in the field if you run out. Oh my goodness. An upgrade for Sonic Punk's explosive capacity. Oh. Turbo charge. Runescald. Please give me dopamine and serotonin. I need a hit. How can I? My dopamine receptors are fried. I feel no dopamine. Gotta pay the bills and buy things I need. Maybe I can be a bit more free of this enslavement that is corporal job That is a corpo job. Yeah. The freedom now feels great for me, but money's also kind of nice, you know? Money's also kind of nice. Need someone to give me some money. But maybe not like a super crazy corpo job. What the freak? Whoa! Holy smokes! Let's max this out. Yes, upgrade the chicken coop. Do it now. Oh mein Gott. More collect. Dude. I feel like I don't necessarily need to do all this right now. Okay, I'm running out of energy again. God damn it. Oh, nar, brar. It's okay, most of our delivery stuff is tomorrow. Let's consume egg tofu. I can't do no beer yet, so we're just gonna skip the dinner time. What is nice? Just didn't wish I needed for everything so I could be happy. At least watching streamers and some games make it a bit more bearable. Yeah. It's them jobberoonies, am I right? 5 days left until the advanced chicken coop is ready. You've got mail. What can you do, am I right? What can you do? Wine barrel. Oh yeah. Wait, it's all gone. No! I should have just used it all. Potato. My only current excuse is I don't think I have the mental fortitude to min-max working with uni, but a lot of people do it, so I feel like perhaps I'm wrong. Wow, cucumber. Crazy. Oh wow, an energy gem. Wait, Sam got stuck, Lamau. Hello, Sam? What, are you okay or no? We need to catch a singular fish. And we need to turn it into steamed fish. This is the way. Bomb mining machine. Start. There's no AoE, what? What the freak, man? Hey, what the hell, man? Hey, what the hell? Where's the exit, please? What? What? Oh my god. This is not good. This is very bad. Big boom. Big boom. Big boom. I thought I was gonna miss. And for the final bomb. Terrible run. Simply terrible. Grew up on YouTube, would love to make that my work. I think it's, streaming and stuff is something that people... Like, it's fun for the fact that you can play games and stuff, but I think it's like a stronger mental tank than just a modern day job. I don't think it's more difficult than a modern day job, but I think the amount of mental fortitude you need is just drastically worse. Now, like, you can certainly make it more tolerable if you have the passive income for, like... Ludwig has a good example. He mentioned that he, like, hired an editor. It was his friend, or whatever. And initially, unfortunately, they just didn't get paid that... Like, it was $100 per video or something, which, that's decent, but still, like, not a lot. But then when the channel started blowing up, that's when he started paying the editors more. Which I think is pretty based. Makes sense. Most streamers don't make that much off of Twitch. Most of their income is gonna come from other places like TikTok, YouTube. Sponsors. Ah, dang it, I missed. We don't do a lot of sponsors. Granted, like, most of the ones that are offered, sellout or not, it's just like... I just don't play Marvel Rivals, you know? There's no reason for me to do that. To do the sponsor for that. Do I need anything else? I think we're good. We're running out of energy right now. I need to just make, like, a proper meal. Again. It's just, I don't have rice or bok choy. Is there anything here that gives me a little bit more energy? A little bit of a kick. Well, we need to make the steamed fish. So let's do that. I guess you get to be your own boss, right? Sort of. I mean, you're still working for Twitch. Or if you branch out, whatever, I guess you're working for other... things. Animation. Animation's cool. I like editing, but it has to be something specific. I don't like editing, like, shorts and videos. I like editing. The bumps are really fun to make. I prefer making the bumps over YouTube shorts and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, besides just being little intros, it's not really a benefit to making the bumps. I just do it for fun. At least until I hit artist block, and then I'm like, well, I don't know what I want to do with this bump. Are these not ready yet? Dude, how long do these take to grow, man? I should have, like, speed the dose make fast. But it's no. What are the bumps you talk about? Oh, it's the little intro sequences. It's just my intro videos. Instead of having like a, you know, starting soon screen, I make little bumps. And every week it's a different bump. But I was thinking, in the same like manner and fashion as like Adult Swim, instead of making one bump per week, I thought about, what if I just made like short 15-second bumps and then created a randomized thing, and then like every week, I mean, the problem is it could be the same shit every week, but essentially every once in a while I'll make a new bump. It's 15 seconds, maybe 30. And then as the intro sequence, it would just be randomized order of those bumps. But I think it would lose its like, I don't know. It would lose the cool factor because it would just be the same stuff. At some point, maybe the first few weeks, yeah, if I made like a bunch of different bumps, it would be different. But at some point, it's just gonna be, oh, it's the same bump. Oh, it's the same bump. Even if I had new ones, you know? Unless I start sunsetting some at some point. I think the problem with them is they're so draining because they're 5 minutes long. And when I put extensive editing effort into them, then it's just like apoy loco, man. The bump from last week took me like hours of work. They're great though. I like the daily add-ins. You think it would be better than like... Well, I don't know if it would be daily add-ins. It would be like... every few days, I'll add a new like 15-second bump, I guess. Whenever I feel inspired, we'll have like a new set. As opposed to... every week is a new 5-minute bump. Same opening? No, no. So essentially, it would be... to start, let's say I made... hold on, let me... can't think with all this. So, like, it would be... let me say that I start with 5 bumps. They're all 15 seconds long. And it would shuffle through them for the 5-minute intro. In that case, they would repeat, unfortunately. Like, the first week, they would probably repeat. But then let's say the next week, I add another 5. So now, the following week, it's going to randomize the order of the now 10 existing 15-second bumps. And then the next week, I'll add more. And the next week, I'll add more. Until at some point, we'll have 5 minutes of basically the same bumps, but it would be shuffled and randomized, and I would keep adding more every once in a while. So there's variety, but there's the possibility that one week, it might be the same ones, but in a different order. I feel like it would lower the burnout probability if I do shorter bumps. And I think it would add variety in general to the intros because the typical bump is the same one for 5 minutes for an entire week. Does that make sense? But the downside would... eventually, it would be repeated. That's the problem. It would be the repeated bumps. Make them shorter and add music visual before it. Like I said, the bump of last week, through consistency, like, I worked on it for, I think, 5 days. If I compiled all the hours, it was quite... ooh, should I keep the grapes and make wine? We'll have to see and try that. I don't know if that works. I just know if it would become boring. If, like, at some point, a few weeks later, it would be... a mix of the same bumps. So my only alternate idea there would be to, like, slowly remove some. I don't know. And then bring them back later. Beer. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta go cook the beer. Cook the beer. Rare possibility of repeats? Well, it wouldn't be rare because if I only do 5 and they're all 15 seconds long, it wouldn't even be enough for a 5-minute bump or a 5-minute intro. So my concern mostly is that when I reach the 5-minute marker, we're already gonna be so tired because it's gonna be the same bumps on repeat for so long. So I just don't know what's better, doing the 5-minute one or doing a variety. I'm not sure. Take a chunk away, putting one back 1 week. Maybe. Hello, who the hell are you? Jimmy, this town sure is a beauty. Let me sing a song to her. I would rather you drifted in the tide, an octopus so free. This abandoned paradise is my throat's drier than a desert. I'd kill for a drink. You want juice? Okay, well, good news for you. I just sold every single fruit. Invite. Come on over for dinner. Come on. A little longer, like 30 seconds. You'd still need 10 bumps. Yeah, so, I mean, that's fine. It's just, I can't guarantee that there'll be a new set of 5 or 10 fast enough, I guess. That's why I think it might be easier to just commit to the 5-minute ones. Cook egg tofu. I think it's something I'll try. Maybe I'll do the 5-minute bump and then work towards making like a few extra ones. And when I feel like I have enough to at least be substantial for a 5-minute intro, then I'll start doing that more. Perhaps. I need the inspiration though, and the motivation. I kind of just do them whenever I feel like I have good ideas for it. Then again, my good idea for this week's got cut short because I literally couldn't read it. And you guys couldn't either. Stop it. Give him juice. Woo! Awesome! Like drinking some sweet nectar. I can finally sing again. Please don't. Lava cake? Drifting in the tide, an octopus so free. This abandoned paradise is a home for me. Rumbling waves in the cool sea breeze. Floating, singing, my mind's at ease. Okay. Yeah, do your thing, do your thing. So still could be something you could try out for a while. Yeah, I think what I should do if I'm going to commit to that is do my 5-minute bumps as they are. Will they show up for dinner time if I skip to it? I don't think they do. We'll see. They did! Wait, what? Did they not like the food? I don't think they liked the food. Maybe it was too much. Oops. Was it the lava cake? What's this? Dog cookie. Dog treat. Okay, don't eat that. It's rock hard. Can you take a bite, John? John, please don't eat the dog treat. Okay. 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 John. Wow, a Scooby snack. What? Huh? What you think? That's my strength cake. Oh, you made this, Alva? I can't put a dent in it, but John sure can. How is it? Yup. It's a strength cake. It can unlock your inner potential and boost your strength. Downside, you'll get hungry faster, so don't forget to eat. You can make more in my lab if you want. Just remember to bring energy gems. Okay. Thank you. Anyways, I'll be right back, gonna clean. What about a couple of weeks of 4-minute 30-second bumps with a general 30-second bump at the end, then collect those 30-second bumps for a future where there's then 5 minutes of general bumps swapped out? Could do, but don't you think it would get too repetitive, even with, like, randomized order? In comparison to a new bump every single week. That's 5 minutes long. Isn't everyone's intro kind of even more repetitive? I guess it's true. I mean, not everybody has a different bump a week, huh? Most people just got what they got. I think so long as I'm having fun with the bumps, it's okay if I do the 5-minute long ones. But I do think I will work in the background and make some like shorter ones whenever I find or to think of ideas. And eventually... Damn, a lot of energy gems all of a sudden. Eventually, maybe I'll make it a little replacement. I think it'd be easier for me to just stick to the 5-minute ones. And whenever I feel like it, I'll make like 1 or 2 shorter ones. And you won't see them until they're ready. I guess. Or like Joe said, I could make one that's 4.5 minutes long. And then with the inspiration of that bump, I'll make like a 30-second one, maybe longer. And eventually we can just compile those. And have a little randomized order of previous bumps. That were inspired by the ones that had already happened, I guess. Could do. Because I don't repeat the bumps ever. Once a week. Or, sorry, one every week. So, 1 every 5, whatever. You get the point. 1 for every week, that's the words. That's the words. They're all just ideas. Who knows if I'll fully commit to them. Like I said, sometimes I just be burning out from bumps anyway, so if there's a week where they don't happen, it's just some artist block malarkey. Hello, what is the exit, please? Burnout is the worst part of these kinds of things. Yeah, it blows because, you know, when bumps are fresh, when they're fresh in my brain, yeah, I can make like a quadrillion of them. The first few bumps I made in one, not in a week, it was like 2 weeks or something, but... With some fries with salt. Trying to do an intro for myself. You know, it's just, I get so bored of having the same intro, and the only variety was always just different music. And half the time, in all honesty, it's whatever music I was in the mood for, so sometimes we had months where it was basically just the same artist. This way, it's different music. The intros are really depending on my mood when I make the bump. And if I don't make them in one shot, then... Hello? Why you don't fall? Oh, we're out of... I see. Adds variety. It's a little more interesting to be there for the intro, too. Because, like, people don't typically always... Like, sometimes you do. Depends on the streamer, I guess. But you don't always wait for the intro. You probably might have the channel open, and then you just wait for them to actually show up. It adds a little bit of excitement to the intros of a stream. Not that everyone cares about it, but... God damn, we have so many tomatoes. Okay, I have to look. Tomatoes sell for 38 each. Tomatoes are purchased for 100 each. But you get about, what, 4 tomatoes? Hold on. So that's about 52 more. Per tomato purchased. Profitable, but it takes 5 days. Now, on the flip side, tea leaves take 4 days. Potatoes take 3 days, and they sell for, what was it, 100? So it's only a 20 profit. I think it's worth it. Tea leaf eons to grow. Ha, yeah, you would think so. Tea leaf lions. The best time to make the bumps for me is when there is nothing that I feel like playing and I don't have a lot of uni work. So when we had that like in-between portion where there were no bumps, it's solely because... Oh wait, oh god, the beer. Oh god, the beer. Oh lord, the beer. That time just happened because I had way too much uni work. And there was a game that I was like prioritizing, but I don't remember what it was. Was it Minecraft? Oh, Minecraft happened, right? And this is the pickling jar. We want some beer. What? I've been saving the grapes and they don't even actually make anything? Oh, man. Oh, man. Corn oil. Steamed eggs. Well, we ain't got nothing to cook again. God damn it. Let's catch us a fish. We should get the intermediate bait to see what that even does. Just like higher fish variety or what? Take a bite. Come on. Come on. Bass caught. Get the blue one. Get the blue one. Take a bite. Come on. This controller feels so much better than the PlayStation 4 one. But some games, I don't know why, but some of the games that, like, I attempt to use this controller in, it just... Some of the buttons don't work. It's the retro controller from GameSir that I got. It looks like a PlayStation 1 controller. It's so great, but I can't use it in certain games. Like FC26. Granted, FC26, I can't use much, to be honest. I had to, like, modify 50 billion things for it to function the way I wanted. With my PlayStation 4 controller. Pisses me off. It's pissing me, man. I still can't cook anything good. What the hell, man? Steamed eggs. Do you guys care if someone's a VTuber or a IRL streamer? Not IRL, but like flesh tuber, or if they don't have like anything there at all? I've been wondering this for a while. What is the community's preference? Probably VTubers. But I wonder how many people actually care. Discovered stone in the mine. Wow, you found stone in the mine. No way. That's like crazy, dude. Wheat, spinach, potato, spinach, tomato. Hey! What the freak? Another letter. It's from Little Bun. To Chef John and his sidekick. I'm sending this letter from up high in the mountains. I found the legendary tofu sage and learned the recipe for mapo tofu. Tofu's easy enough to get, but who knows what the heck mapo is? If you make it, then you really are a master chef. Oh, it's just tofu and chili? Okay. Here I was expecting like some insane impossible recipe. I should try this game. So, this is a DLC. The actual game is... honestly, it is nothing like this. There's still people you can talk to and whatnot. If you get the game just for the DLC, that's fine. But the main game plays out very differently from the farming DLC. It's kind of like Stardew Valley. It's still good either way. You might miss out on a few references from like the main game if you only... If you only do that. Oh, I thought this was that. Oh, you thought it was Stardew? I mean, it's essentially the same thing. You get the same upgrades and whatnot, really. Yeah, Stardew's really good. Stardew's quite a long game, though. But I would argue Stardew is better with other people. Like, playing it alone can get very exhausting. Just get Snowblade to play with you. Am I really not gonna have space for... Oh, no. I'm gonna have one tomato left over. 1,500 hours on Animal Crossing? Like, New Horizons? I'm scared to go back to that game, because I feel like my islanders are gonna be gone, and I'm gonna be sad. Or it's gonna be a mess. I had some very ideal islanders, but I always wanted to get... There was one specific... They were like a goth emo... I don't know what animal they were. Maybe it was a hippo? I'm not sure. Some villagers maybe swapped out. I think they made a change where even if you don't play for a long time, they won't move out. Because there's a prompt that's like, oh, you know, I think I want to move. You can tell them not to, and they won't. But maybe if you haven't been on in like 3 years, which is me, I haven't been on in 3 years, it's gonna be like, yeah, they're gone, all of them. Oh, I do have cherry. I have cherry. I had like a robot squid. Yeah, Octobot. What the hell else did I have? I had one of the bunnies. Oh, I had Sky was her name. She was like a blue something. Fox? I had Sky. Sky was cool. I liked Sky, but I was willing to let her leave if it meant, like, getting... I don't know, I can't... Oh, I had, like... Oh, whoa, hold on. New Horizons Islanders. It was a bunny. Okay. Animal Cross... There we go. Okay, I had Agent S, the squirrel. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I lied. They look familiar to someone. Let's see. I'm looking at the whole list. At one point, I had Apollo. So the eagle. I let him leave, though. Did I have Bob? I think I had the Bobcat. Bob the cat. I think I had them. I had Boyd, but I let Boyd leave. Oh yeah, Cephalobot. That's the one I have. Cherry, I'm pretty sure I had Cherry. Yeah, Cherry. Not Sherry, but Cherry. There's like a bunny I had, but I don't see her. We had Chops. He was one of my first Islanders. I literally reset the game because I had Chops. I couldn't handle it. He pissed me off. Everybody wanted Dom. I didn't have Dom. I don't think it's Eloise, but there's like a teapot elephant that I have on my island, or had, if they're still there. Chops will grow on you? No, I killed him. Stella, Zell, and Cindy, but my dreams I have are Stitches, Ketchup, Molly, Merengue, Gale, Bones, and Pecan. I didn't really look at like who I would want at the time. I was just, I was down to get surprised. I can't find any... I think I had Frobert, but they wanted to leave, and I just painfully said yes at the time. I'm still scrolling. I can't find the people who I have. Like, these guys look familiar, but I've just visited so many islands. Oh, I had Cat. K-A-T-T, but they did leave. They did, in fact, leave. I wanted Lucky, which is like a mummy dog. That's one of the ones that I wanted later on. Where in the world are... Where are my islanders? Oh, I have Pecco. The bear cub. Okay, we're getting there. We're finally finding some... I wanted Pietro, the sheep. The clown sheep. Everyone wanted Raymond. Everyone wanted Raymond. Ram sheep thing, it was visiting from the hotel and practically gave me a jump scare. They look great. I wanted them on my island. Was it Ruby? I had some sort of bunny, but I can't find them on this list. I feel like they were more like a yellowish peach bunny. I don't see them though. Sprinkle, penguin, maple, bear, Henry, frog. Oh, I wanted Bo, I think. Bo was one of the ones I wanted. I wanted a deer. For sure. Wow, where the hell is my... Oh, I had Wart Jr. I felt bad, so I never sent him out. But then one day he wanted to leave, so I said, yeah, okay. Yeah, I had Sky. It would be easier for me to just boot up the game to look. I don't know where my Switch is. Yeah, I have Pecco, Sky. I have Cat with 2 T's and a K. Why can't I... Oh, I have Mary! Oh, it's not a bunny. I have Mary the cat. Yes, that's who I have. And then I have some sort of squirrel. I think they're orange. And then I have a cat that has like a red motorcycle helmet on. Oh, Kid Cat. I have Kid Cat. He's crazy. And then Cherry. Fauna. Oh, never saw him. Surprisingly. At least not in New Horizons. Everyone wanted Anka. Oh my god, Hazel Squirrel looks ridiculous. I would love her on my island. Yeah, I haven't played in about 3 years. Hopefully none of them left. I say that as if I'm gonna boot up the game, but... I was tempted to just restart my entire island, in all honesty. Last time that I was like, ooh, what if I played? It's not done? Dang it! Wait, what? I do have crops to put. What? They didn't show up just a second ago. Or so I thought. Vsauce, Michael here. That it? We got everything? Did I already do the bomb game today? I don't remember. Checking. Are you charging? Okay. I loved Animal Crossing so much during COVID because everybody played and we played so often. Like, I guess I should say we played for like an entire summer. But I think some people really did speedrun it and lost the interest because if you visit people from like Australia, I was trying to get every single fish. That was my thing. Ah, yeah, Tomodachi. That one also looked really interesting. I thought about just making a bunch of, like, homies. But didn't end up doing it. You just reset yours? What, your island or Tomodachi? I feel like, do I really want to... That's why I'm so undecided. Like, is it really worth it? Tomodachi? Oh, I see. I don't think that was a good... Yeah, it was terrible, but whatever. That one seems fun. But is it on the Switch one? Is that the one that you have to get the Switch 2 for, or... No, I don't remember. Pokopia. Ah. Yes. Getting for Christmas or your birthday? Hell yeah, honestly. I heard great things about that game. I never ended up playing it. Another game that I feel like I would have enjoyed. But Switch 2. That's the part that kills me. Like, the Switch was worth it because we all gathered to play Animal Crossing. And then there was, like, Pokemon, all these Pokemon games. Wait, I'm running out of space. Oh, we're gonna get tired. Surely a soda will suffice. Take a swig. For temporary energy. Alright. Yeah, I saw something about, like, if you move the Pokemon stuff, they get really offended. Yeah. I thought that was pretty funny. I don't have tofu or chili. Great. How the hell do I make tofu? Well, that's egg tofu. We need tofu. Tofu? Tofu? Hello? Oh, tofu might be the thing that we have to wait for. I see. I remember now. Yeah, tofu is the thing where you have to wait until a foggy day, and then you have to trade something to turn it into tofu. Damn. That is highly unfortunate. Steam Decks! Slowpoke takes his time walking in game. Okay, that I love. I just like the idea of being like a Ditto character and messing with the masses. Being an absolute demon creature. The beer's ready. Obtained beer. Oh yeah. Alright, anything... Let's water all this, I guess. Yeah, I know people had a lot of fun with Pokopia. I know people are still playing and creating some insane, like... biolab things. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, alright. I'm not crazy like that with my video games. I don't think I can plant the carrots today. Oh, upgraded chicken coop. Hello. Wait, place egg? Okay. So I made a roller coaster and had their evolutions hop on. It looked like Jolteon wasn't about to make it. What the hell? Video games are freaking crazy. Oh, did I not give them the feed? No. No, dude. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think we get 1 soda a day for free. Yeah, I don't know. The bubbles just happen. Slight energy boost. I guess we can make oil with all that, but like, is it worth it? Cucumber. What do we got? Crushed cucumber. I mean, yeah, sure. Sure, I guess. Oh yeah, drink the soda. What's this? Pickling. You could also do it with the soybeans. Okay. It probably sells for more if I just put them in the pickle thing. We should start using these devices more, because I don't know, it might be beneficial. Tomorrow's a foggy day, so we actually could get the tofu. Tofu! Yeah, I saw someone make like a Resident Evil Umbrella Corp lab in Pokopia, and I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. The game just came out. How long does this even take? I never finished the Ariral ship. The arrow, the dart arrow dart in Minecraft. I have the map now, so I could make it, but no one will ever see it. I actually gathered the resources for it too, and I was like, ah, The server's dead, isn't it? It's Jover. It's Jover. How did that miss? Okay. I think I'm trolling. Alright, any other explosives here? This should chain react, right? Huge. Is that it? Exit's probably here, right? Oh no, bro! Where are the... what? Down! Oh, come on. Hit them both. Sweet. One bomb remaining. What's with these homies dissing my girl? Cool. Ooh-wee you. I'm gonna have this song stuck in my head now. God damn it, Snowblade. Oh, wait. How do I change the... I mean, screw it. I guess we do it now. Come on, take a bite. Okay, or just run then. That's fine. Come back. Come back and take a bite. Come back and take a bite. Come back and take a bite. Hey. 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 Alright, well. Bait. Intermediate. Oh, snap. What? This is... it's the same... And he's gone. How'd I miss? Crab! Wait. A combination of crab and lemon and tomato. Somtam. It's Thai? That looks delicious. Crab and eggs. Crab cake. Mmm. Crab and shrimp. And wheat? Congee. Oh, my mouth watering. My mouth watering. Crab and butter. Oh, wait, that's the tofu. Was? Wait, show me my cookbook. Tofu? Stop, 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 stop. Hawaii tofu. There is no recipe for tofu. I can make stinky tofu before normal tofu? Wait, there's no way, dude. Dude, there's no way, man. Where's my tofu recipe? I ain't never make no tofu? I guess I can buy it. Buy tofu, buy chili. I mean, I have chili. It's growing. We have tofu, we got chili. Ooh, you and this your buddy Holly. Oh no, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn. Lady Demon Wolf 666. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Let me purchase tofu. Or not. Made from quality materials, chopping wood or stones won't dull the blade. Surely an upgraded axe, like, does something though, right? Let's upgrade the hoe. I cannot purchase tofu. Bollocks. Alright, so what'd it do? That's it? I guess I'll never know. Yo, I got your beer, buddy. Beer. My mouth's watering just thinking about it. Give him beer. Whoa! It's done already? Ha! That's the sauce. It's the recipe to my secret brew. No need to thank me. Just pour me a glass when you're done. Bro, our beer's here. I'm gonna be building John's secret. Which requires gold? Oh, bruh. Oh, my bruh. This is Octopia. Eek! What's with that fishtail? Cause the head was eaten, duh. That's how it was designed, you pineapple head. Whoa, don't call him that. What a quaint little town. Hey, what are you talking about, eh? You guys. Must be the residents here, eh? Word has it there's a master chef here. Know where he's at? Us monkeys are from Monk Hollywood. As a director, you hear? We're filming a show on culinary delights. Photographer, Robusto. We're recently planning a food show. This is John. Quit pulling our tails, girly. That small fry can't possibly be a master chef. Pineapple head. Don't judge a banana by its peel. If you show us your skills, you got yourself the pot. Make us a chocolate banana. Oh my. Alrighty then. Surely I got some bananas left over. Oh god, I only got cocoa. I ain't got no bananas. I gotta plant them. Hey. You got a banana I can buy? You got some bananas for sale? Oh, Lordy B. Let's go make us a chocolate banana. Excellent. And let's make candied lotus so that I can have a good meal, I suppose. Comparably good. Decent, I suppose. Wow. So beautiful. Hey, bozos. Eat the chocolate banana. What do you think? How is it, director? Absolutely delicious. A true master chef indeed. Alright, let's get going. Didn't you say something about a part? I changed my mind. I'd have to film a 2-hour documentary for such a gastronomic genius. You think so? What about the breasts? The brass don't know a banana from a plantain. Director, leave a bite for me. Alright, great. He gone down and just left. It didn't say nothing, just that it's pure genius, whatever. I'm going to bed. Okay. We really need to make like a proper meal to triple our energy for... Hello? This beer kicks like a mule, John. That old Pops. All he knows is work, work, work. He's sure missing out. Robots can't get drunk, right, bro? Can't get drunk. So what? You drunk yet, Armstrong? Nope. Yeah, right. I can see you swaying. You're the one swaying, bro. Hey, get your deef off my hammer. Deef? Deek is just thinking we need a little wood. Something to snack on, idiot. What are we gonna get? Oh. Bingo! I know where, bro. What the freak is going on? Come with me. I won't lay it down. What? These guys going freaking Dude. Get up. What are you guys doing? Get up or I'll have to teach you a lesson. I'm stuffed, bro. I can't eat any more fish. That was a real fish? No. They're literally biting on the skin. It's not even real. It's plastic. They're eating plastic. Oh, God. That ain't good. Bunch of buffoons. Oh, now I can put grape in there? But now I sell. It's gone. Freak, man. Now, I don't remember what makes the tofu. This is where the problem begins. Maybe it was honey? I don't think so. I feel like there was slight logic to it. Hey, Cloud Ripper, how's it doing? How's it going? What's going on, man? Oh, I didn't grab the free soda. Soda! Bananas! I guess I didn't have to wait a whole day. Or, well, night. Doesn't matter anyways. Alright, spinach took a quadrillion years. It's just not worth it. Greetings! 2 egg. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, give me that. Yo, give me that. Yo, give me that. Alright, pat him. Pat, pat. Here's some food. Pat, pat. Collect. Thank you. I'm out of here. Alright, we'll try cordyceps. We'll try maybe the fungus. I need a conversion chart. Wait a second. Wait a minute. No, that's not it. I don't know, man. Let's try honey. Okay, that gives me kimchi. What? Okay, let's try cordyceps. Okay, that's just a normal mushroom. That's not good. That's not good. Let's try spinach. Pumpkin? What the hell? Oh my god. Spinach turns into pumpkin. Unfortunately, that means we do not acquire tofu until the next... Well, I think it's gonna be tomorrow. So that's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, but it's still not optimal. Big bada boom. Oh, hello. Here, big bada boom. Hello? Hey, Lunaris Decidus. What are you deciding on today, eh? Oh boy! We got 6 more bombs, come on. Give me some crazy loot. Show me the loot. Hey, come on, man. Alright, that'll do, that'll do. I got 1 more bomb. 1 more bomb in me. It's over. Sweet. We need gold. We have to find the gold. Because we need 10 of it. For John's secret. That's okay. I don't know what to decide on either. I need to decide how to get tofu. In this video game. That's what I gotta decide. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Tell you what, though, it don't make no sense. It really don't. Time for carrots. Time for banana. How many bananas did I buy? What? Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Wheat. I have no space. If I want it organized, there will not be space for wheat. Alas. I must plant it. So we're just gonna do the... This is awful. What I'm doing is not good. But it has to be done. It's gotta be done, man. Hey, man. Okay. What can we cook up today? Chocolate banana do be given 70 energy. Crab cake. Egg tofu. 2 egg is... well, that's such an easy... oh, I could have just been making this the whole time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Overcomplicated for what? I don't even know no more. What the lemon? Lemonade? Sweet. Ain't got nothing to pickle. We gotta get like cabbage. Well, these are different. We've never seen these before. Cucumber. Soybeans. Pickled will become something. Something. Dinner time. Today we are consuming egg tofu. That sounds delicious. Oh man. Tomato collecting day, huh? Oh my god, tomorrow's gonna be foggy again. Maybe they're just giving me the opportunity to acquire the tofu. I just don't remember how to do it. Are these trees infinite? Like, when does it expire? If they're infinite, that's not very good. I need a shovel to be able to remove some then. Apples. Potato. Potato. Oh, we have a lot to sell, but the problem is... there is no problem. I need to figure out how to make tofu. That's the objective. Maybe it was with lotus fruit? I don't think so. I think lotus fruit turned into something like super simple because it's so easy to gather. How in the world did I make tofu? What if it is RNG? Well, that would literally be so crazy. Lemonade. Turned into natto. Wow. Soda. Lady Pink. Huh? Okay. Black fungus. No. Kimchi. Turns into oil. Okay. I don't understand. I don't understand how that works. That was pretty good. Immediately get the buff. Now this is a run right here. This is crazy. No! Please, any gold? I don't think we got any gold. Wow, that one... It looked like it was such a good run too, but we didn't get that much at all. Maybe it was escargot. Okay, let's see what we can cook first. Okay, lemon, tomato, and crab. Do it. Should be a good dinner. We should invite people for this dinner. Okay, nothing to pickle. No oil to make. Still don't know what to put in the mixer. Make some free soda. Wine barrel, you say? That's probably gonna make vodka. What else would it make? Whoa. This game's crazy. Oh, do we visit the pigs today? I don't know if we visited the chicken. Hello. 2 egg. Okay, if you pet them, they... Nope, that's bladder lower. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Like, what is it? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But whatever. Wait, oh, we have to put the feed in the chicken coop as well. Peace. I guess we just sell everything. Everything else. I need like a storage. I mean, I guess the inventory is infinite, but like a storage would be great to keep specific things, and then I could sell the, sell the rest. I should have fed you to the fish when I had the chance. Uh-oh. It's not too late though. Dive right in. It's too shallow here. Let's tie them to the railroad tracks. You got it. I'll go get the rope. No, don't, Pops. We won't drink ever again, we swear. They're still drunk in the morning. Say something, bro. Pops is gonna tie us to the tracks. Oh. Like I listened to you two blabbering idiots. I'm getting the rope. Hey, what brings you two here? Look, John. Look what these punks did. John, save us. Hey, John. Have any rope on you? Is too cold out. We'll catch a cold before a train comes. That a train is just the medicine you need. Bro, come on, say something. He's cooked. Chill out. Monk's not gonna do anything. He's just trying to scare the pants off you. And let Solomon blow off some steam. Hey, the gang's all here. What's going on? Looks like it's destroyed. Alva, save us. Nothing to see here. Got it. Back to the lab I go. Alva. Everyone, I've got an idea. Since the train station is destroyed, why don't we renovate it? Good idea. Or Zuberard. Easier said than done. This ain't no ordinary house. With you two knuckleheads. Izzy and I can lend a hand. We've just been stuck in our lab all day. I can too, but we need materials. Leave it to us. Then it's decided. Let Project Octopia Station renovation begin. Good name. Good name, man. Mung was right. Renovating the station is quite the undertaking. It's going to take a while to collect all the materials. Sorry, I can't help out more. I'll leave the rest to you. Solomon. Cheer up, Solomon. We'll make the station as good as new. What are the requirements? That's it? Is there a step 2? Are all the materials finally ready? I'll go get Mung then. Okay. Alright, that'll do. Time to get to work. We'll have to burn the midnight oil. My god. This is not renovation, this is expansion. Whoa. Now we're talking, man. Looking good. Are you finished? Yep, we're done. You all came together to help me. I don't know how to thank you. How to thank everyone. I should be thanking you. Thanks for forgiving these two idiots. Mung. All finished. William, come look at the new station. Where's Alva? Is this a new station? It's gorgeous. Too lazy to attend such an important event? I'm not lazy. I've got a gift for you all. Did you find it? Find what? Come with me and you'll see. A place called Candied Island. Who knows? Maybe it's important. Let's do as she says. Excuse me, sorry. Who are these guys? Fish. Destiny mentioned. What are you going? Oh. No way. Finally, a new biome. Okay, or a long bridge. That'll, yeah. Dude, what? Dude, where am I going? There's something lighting over here. What is this? Bamboo shoot? doesn't make sense. I don't know where they're taking me, man. This is crazy. Where in the good heavens, where am I? It's gorgeous. Does anyone live here? A sight like this always brings a tear to my eye. This must be a gift from God. It's splendid. You think so too, Sam? Wow, this is really a sight to behold. So this is the gift you were talking about, Alva? Sorry I couldn't attend the grand opening. Sonic Punk found this place. I thought you'd want to see it. A place like this really exists? What should we do in such an amazing place? I know. Have a pint of... Kill him. Forget it. Well then, let's have a party. The bonfire warms their spirits on the cold mountaintop. Wood sizzles on the fire. Sweet songs flow from her lips. He slaps his bulging belly and dances giddily. One song ends, and another follows. So satisfying is such a life. No, tomorrow will be even better. Or will it? Unknown seed. Huh? This seed. Go ask Alva. I'm sure she'll know. Right. Hey, Alva. Let me plant it. Special processing. The core cells are arranged like a plant, but also... You don't know what it is? Correct. I've never seen anything like it. But if I had to make a hypothesis... It's not from our world. Alien seed. Our world? You mean there are other worlds? There's an old fairy tale. A boy named Jack traded a dairy cow for some magic beans. Upon hearing this, his angry mother threw him into the garden. Overnight, the magic beans grow into a giant beanstalk. Jack ascended the beanstalk and found himself in a world of giants. What happened after that? Some say he stole the giant's treasure. Some say he was gobbled up. Really, that's horrifying. Hurry, we gotta destroy it. It's only a fairy tale. I think you should keep it. The magic beans went by another name. Seeds of hope. Hope? God damn it, hope mentioned again. Well, alright. What the? Hello? I think we're going to call it there for today. And for the week. Ladies and gentle dudes. But thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Gonna go lock in on my assignments. So, appreciate everyone chilling today. I hope everyone had a good day. And I hope everyone has a good weekend. I'll be back on Monday. Monday, ladies and gents. So until then, be sure to follow my socials. Join the Discord if not done so already. I'd greatly appreciate it. Remember to eat your free fresh tea, all the jazz. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you in the next one, mans, dudes, ladies. I see Nature's streaming. She's playing Crash Bandicoot, which is crazy. Crash Bandicoot. Holy moly. Unless it's like a new one that I don't know about. That's cool. So, GG's. Have a good weekend. Thanks all for hanging out, and I'll see you on Monday. Next week, we'll start Final Fantasy II, probably, because we have finished Voice of the Void for the time being. So, look forward to that. Have a good one. Peace.